Okay. Let's see. Well, happy Memorial Day to those of you in the United States like me. I believe we're somewhere in the middle of the trial on day 2. Despite what that says, right? That says day 3, but no, it's actually still only day 2 of this gigantic mess of a trial, and I hate it. And we're about to call some kind of Texas Ranger onto the stand. And this is probably going to get messy. So let's continue rising from the ashes, then. This is going to be horrible. Alright, let's see what problems Lost as Edgeworth causes now. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Oh yeah, I forgot. She rushed out of the room last time. Something about Joe Darke murders and her being a witness and all of that stuff. This is going to be potentially problematic. How am I supposed to function without a goblin by my side? Oh well. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. And allow me to get rid of that bot from the chat. Okie dokie. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. And he's immediately drinking in court. That's a fantastic sign of things to come. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner. Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, yes, we get it. On with it, man. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Oh, hi, Dawning.
Hi.
And how are
Give me
you?
The script.
Well, I don't think there's an Emma Skye here at the moment, but yes, it would be helpful if you had a script.
Yes, I'm sure there will be an Emma Skye at some point.
Unquestionably.
With her.
Unquestionably. Anyway, to be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind. I've never heard Lost as Edgeworth described that way before. To be fair, he is a windbag, so it's very much worth it, and hello, Luna.
Hi, Luna.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No quote-unquote paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. I knew this testimony was going to be a disaster. I mean, it started out with him literally drinking in court.
This is not the last time someone will drink in court.
Yeah, me.
Well, no, technically... Wait, did he drink? I don't know. This is not the last time alcohol will be consumed in court.
Yeah, me.
No,
Anyway.
by one of the characters. They gave alcohol to a 19-year-old in one case.
I'm pretty sure that's legal in Japan.
Yeah, but the game made a point of making sure we knew it was in California.
No. I'm pretty sure it's legal in Japan.
Uh-huh. But
Anyway, please share with us the testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Oh, don't tell him that. He's gonna go all ye old nonsense on us.
please, he doesn't know ye old nonsense.
True, he barely knows his Texas slang. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. Yeah, plain old English. Good job, Marshall. They say I was supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down.
You were at a bar.
Basically, yeah. I'm just an innocent traveler.
He is claiming to have been at a bar.
Yes, that is his alibi. His alibi is that he was at a bar. I can vouch for him.
You are still going to get in trouble, even if that is true.
I mean,
especially if that is true.
I can vouch for him being at the bar. I was probably there too.
I mean, yeah, but he was supposed to be at work.
Like he said, it's backed up by 2 security systems. I'm sure everything was fine. Right?
Someone got stabbed?
Technically, we don't know that. Well, at least we don't know that it happened in there. Now, I've already come to the conclusion that yes, it did happen in there, but as of last episode, Lost as Edgeworth wants us to believe still that the stabbing and the murder actually happened in the prosecutor's underground parking lot.
Okay, but there was still some sort of violence if Mike Meekins is to be even remotely treated as not lying.
Well, we know that there was because we saw the video of that.
Yes, there was violence. Someone had a knife. And
yes.
There is blood.
Well, we see blood with aluminum and all, but I don't know if he is aware of that. Anyway.
He's not, but that doesn't change the fact that him not, or I'm not sure if he is actually, but whether or not he's aware of that, it doesn't change the fact that
it happened, yes.
Someone clearly did get stabbed on with something or something in there.
Most likely, yes. Now, regardless, he was there at the time of the incident. I'm sure of it. He just wasn't at his post. He was in the vault pretending to be Bruce Goodman. Anyway, I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I haven't even started with the ammo yet. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude, especially the part where you admitted to being at a bar instead of being at the office. But I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated Oh! What kind of newfangled do-hickamajigs are those? That's right. Somebody said, I think Gumshoe said, not everybody knows about those.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think the guy in charge of the security systems in there, but no, if he's just a patrolman, it's like I said earlier, he doesn't have a locker.
Are you sure?
Wait, what the hell is going on around here? How can he have a locker and not know about the fingerprint-activated locks?
Stupid?
That seems to be an excuse for many things. Where are we in the case? We have seen the Blue Badger video. We have seen that quote-unquote Bruce Goodman attacked Mike Meekins in the room.
We've solved the case. The Blue Badger did it.
No, we've solved the case. Lost as Edgeworth did it.
We have solved the case. Blue Badger did it.
Then why was there blood in Lost as Edgeworth's office?
He cut himself on a stapler.
Bullshit. Anyway, fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickamajigs are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders, apparently. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prospector? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
You have not missed the Blue Badger scene in Luna. You have only missed the video.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. I'm just gonna press away. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Video's enough and ain't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. To be fair, if that was my only job and I basically had to stare at a camera showing nothing for 6 hours, I'd probably feel the same as this guy and want to cut out of the office and go have a drink or 5. I can empathize with this guy. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They say I was supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? That's a good question. Because they weren't afraid to fire Angel Starr. For some reason, they were afraid to even demote Bruce Goodman. This guy gets demoted, but he avoids being fired, despite very clearly being incompetent or just lazy.
I feel like he's probably somewhat competent. It's hard to tell because he is lazy.
You know, you're not wrong. I mean, it's like he said, after he got demoted, his flair went out for the job, so I guess he just decided to focus mostly on his Texas shtick. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anywho. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? See, you have to be a detective or a prosecutor to have a locker in there. Regular patrolmen don't. Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. However, I can tell you how a horse and buggy works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that, too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? This is an excellent question. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. Press again. What were you doing in a place like that? What do you think he was doing, Phoenix? You're the one who passes the bar and gets liquor every time you come here. I was eating spaghetti. Oh, probably all that hypothetical spaghetti I tossed at Lost as Edgeworth all that time ago. Not even Angel Steak lunches can beat that parlor's... I'm not even going to bother trying to pronounce that correctly. I'm going to try to pronounce that incorrectly on purpose. Vongole sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some... Hey! I was Phoenix Noodleman! You should have come to my noodle cart instead! Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. I could make a comment here. Dawning, should I make a comment here?
Make the comment.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It has something to do with Lana Skye and the fact that they dated for a little while.
Okay.
It does sound really, really bad. I'm just gonna skip right over it. You can infer, you cannot infer, but... I'm just moving on. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Lost Edgeworth says, did you not want to raise this year? He doesn't look happy at all. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I don't even remember what evidence I have. Am I supposed to hit him with the handprint?
Maybe.
I mean, that's probably about the only thing I can present him with. He asks me if I'm out of ammo. Out of ammo? No, I really am not.
Are you sure? I don't recall picking up any bullets this case.
You're right. I stuffed the last one I had in Von Karma's shoulder. But I'm gonna... It's the logical thing to do is to present him with his fingerprints.
Is it?
Yes.
Are you sure?
About as sure as I am about anything, but let's do it anyway, see what happens.
Not sure.
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? ... After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint. Humph. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Objection! I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me There ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I wouldn't doubt it. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony. See, I told you I had to do this. You may begin your testimony.
Did you though?
Yes. Well, okay, fine. I could have not done it. Lana Skye could have been found guilty. And nobody would have been happy. Except Losses Edgeworth for getting away with yet another murder.
Fair enough. Except for the fact that Losses Edgeworth didn't do it, it was the Blue Badger.
No, we conclusively proved that it was Losses Edgeworth.
It was definitely the Blue Badger.
Fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Oh, good. Let's see what he has to say about this now. The blood-stained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely bullshit, and I can prove it because the video. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Now, how would he know that the murderer was wearing gloves?
Because he was the murderer and he is wearing gloves.
Now you're trying to say Jake Marshall did it. I don't believe you.
I'm not actually. You were supposed to point out that the gloves were fingerless, so that wouldn't have changed anything.
I mean, it wouldn't have, but... the witness's explanation appears valid, although there is room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. So, I need to present the video, and I know what I need to present from the video. Wait, hold on. Yeah, because he's saying that it was just happenstance that he touched the locker, right? Except
Sure.
It's not, because that's the locker that he shoved the Bruce Goodman the Bruce Goodman outfit in. Presumably.
Sure.
I don't like that you're agreeing with me. Is it just because Little Goblin is sleepy and is not planning on causing much mischief?
Maybe.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. So, I mean, I still don't know how he would know that the murderer was wearing gloves. There was the gloved handprint on the locker, on Gumshoe's locker. But how would he know that the murderer was wearing gloves? Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. So it's not Losses Edgeworth's locker. God damn it! He shouldn't!
He has a locker!
And it's that one that I thought was Losses Edgeworth's. Fuck. Alright, I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's... Hold on, that's bullshit! He was demoted from detective 2 years ago. Those lockers were just installed recently. So his fingerprint data was never added to that locker. They fucked up.
He's not lying. Everything he said about the locker is true.
No,
It
they...
is his locker.
That's fine, but they fucked up. Because his fingerprint data was never added to the locker to begin with. When he was a detective 2 years ago, they didn't have this tech. We found out, like, from Gumshoe last time, they just added it.
I guess they just let him keep his locker and Phoenix is being a dumbass.
Why would they let him keep his locker, though? He was demoted from detective.
Because no one else needed it?
I need it!
They only had, like, 2 detectives anyway.
No, hold on. They've got Gumshoe, they've got the chief of detectives, they've got the detective out in the front of the police station, they've got the detective who's always practicing something or writing his novel in the criminal affairs department. That's at least 4.
Okay, fine. They have 4 detectives.
Then they've got the prosecutors, right? So they've got Losses Edgeworth. They had Von Karma until very recently. They have Lana Skye. They've got presumably at least a few other prosecutors. They had Bruce Goodman until recently.
No, they're... Well, let's see. There always seems to be a shortage of prosecutors. Let's see. They wouldn't.
Well, that's because they're always going to Dale.
Yet. Franziska's still in Germany.
Look, it's
Donna
because all their
is
prosecutors
elsewhere.
are going to jail.
Clavier is like 12. Could Simon Blackwell be a prosecutor at this point?
Yes.
Maybe.
Regardless, though. Right?
He's like 28, 10 years after this, I think. So he could have been a prosecutor if he started as a teenager.
Yeah, there is still also Winston Payne. You forgot about Winston Payne.
And then there's Winston
Hi,
and
Snowy.
Gaspin Payne. So
that's plenty of people.
Edgeworth, Von Karma, the 2 Paynes, and possibly Blackwell. That's 5 and Lana. So that's 6 prosecutors.
That we are aware of. Presumably there are more.
No, there really don't seem to be.
Anyway, the bottom line is, I'm pretty sure this is a major plot hole. But let's carry on. Hi, me in weird voice that isn't me, but is probably better than me. Yes, we've been over this.
I am, in fact, better than Emmy.
He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Marshall's fingerprints updated in court record. Found on a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker, the print had been wiped. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. I'm gonna press again. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated.
Uh-huh.
Now this would be where I present the video, right?
Maybe?
I don't like this. I mean, yes, I should have to come up with the answers on my own and I shouldn't have you confirm them, but... like, the obvious thing in my book is to say, no, you're absolutely wrong. And if that was, in fact, your locker, then guess who I saw disguised as Bruce Goodman in the, in that video? Right? He skewered himself by saying that was his own locker.
Well.
I'm gonna present, and I'm gonna present the video. Take that. Objection! Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does.
It?
Yes, it flat out does.
We'll tell that to the judge.
The judge can't see shit.
Well, too bad, because the judge is the one giving you this penalty.
But he's wrong! The video conclusively proves that the person disguised as Bruce Goodman specifically stuffed something in that locker. They are not unrelated, and if that's Jake Marshall's locker, then guess who it was that we saw disguised as Bruce Goodman? The video flat out does contradict that statement. I refuse to accept this penalty.
Too fucking bad.
No, I refuse. I am absolutely right here.
God, just gonna have to live with it.
No! Again, this might be a case of me being 5 steps ahead of the game, but I'm not wrong. That video 100% does contradict the statement that the bloody fingerprint, or the bloody handprint and the fingerprint have nothing to do with each other. It does! It's not my fault the judge doesn't want to watch the video for the 500th time.
I admit that the handling of this statement is kind of weird. However, you're just gonna have to fucking live with it, because the game is like this.
So, in other words, the game is bullshit.
Sometimes.
I refuse to accept this penalty.
You can't just refuse a penalty.
I absolutely can, and I will give a penalty to the judge for not paying enough attention to the case. So you know what? This penalty, this penalty that you're seeing is not my penalty. It's the judge's penalty. That is my final judgment, and it is the way it is going to be.
Judge, not the guy who has that power.
I have all the power. You know why I have all the power? You know why I have all the power? Because I have the controller. So, to reiterate...
That doesn't change game mechanics.
To reiterate, this is the judge's penalty for being a dumbass, not mine.
The judge is the only person in this courtroom who is allowed to give penalties.
That is false.
That is not false. That is how the courtroom works.
That is blatantly false based on evidence from a previous case. The chief prosecutor...
telling the judge to give you a penalty does not qualify as...
No. The chief prosecutor was the one who gave Von Karma his one and only penalty. And that was after the case was done. So lawyers can in fact give penalties.
The only person in this courtroom who can give penalties during court.
Nope. I am giving the judge a penalty, and that's final.
The judge outranks you.
I thought! You just can't think, Judge. The penalty is yours. But fine, I will press, because it's bullshit. They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Or didn't you know that the murderer was wearing gloves? I mean, okay. The game wants me to press this because how the hell would he know that the murderer is wearing gloves, right? But how do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker, correct. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried. Yes, we did. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. What? There's only one reality, and that's... Yes! It's that fucking video, which I tried to show the judge to prove you wrong. Yes, you have the item you need, but you have to show them it first. But to be fair, right, I showed him the video because the video skewers everything that he just said. Yes, the security tape. The one I tried to show the judge because it blatantly disproves everything Jake Marshall says. I guess I'm just too smart for everyone in this fucking courtroom. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. But yes, I abso-fucking-lutely can. I tried to show you, but you didn't watch the goddamn video again. So now I have to present the video.
If you want.
No, now I have to. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, partner. It abso-fucking-lutely was. You want to play this fucking game? I'm 10 steps ahead of you. The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
This is once again a penalty.
What the fuck are you saying? This is another penalty that the goddamn judge gets. No, I'm penalizing you for being a dumbass. Watch the goddamn video. This idiot said that that's his locker, and we can clearly see in the video that whoever it was that was pretending to be Bruce Goodman stuffed something in that locker. It could have only been him. How the fuck else am I supposed to prove this?
Okay, this is very fucked up, but you just have to press and wait for it to tell you to present.
Snowy has banned swearing.
You know there's a no swearing reward, right?
It is more expensive. To be fair...
we can only ban one swear word.
Yes, you can only ban one swear word. No, I'm on the right track.
You are! However, the game does not like you. Snowy, which swear word are you banning?
Fine. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that... Yes! I've been trying to show the judge that video for the last 10 minutes!
Snowy, pick a swear word to ban so we can and use the other one.
Phoenix, you're a f***ing moron! Blah, 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 blah. No, the game doesn't get it, because my brain works in overtime. Objection! We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. About f***ing time! Yes! I've been trying to do that for the last half an hour! You crumbums! No! That idiot of a judge has made a mistake twice now! Yes, yes, yes. I've been trying to do this for the last 5 hours. Come on, move it. We haven't got all millennia.
You can fast forward.
I am fast forwarding. Doesn't fast forward the Badger, the Badger theme though.
No, it doesn't. The Badger thing would sound terrible fast forwarded.
It would. But you know, I have been trying to do this for like the last 15 minutes, and the game hasn't let me. It's this right fucking here. No! It's not a mistake. My attention was already there. You guys are just 15 steps behind me. I am so fucking mad. Dot, dot, dot. Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say?
Days are not short in Texas. It's near the equator, isn't it? Isn't that how days work?
Oy, Dawning. The days are 24 hours no matter where you are.
Okay, but the daylight hours, they're longer near the equator, are they not?
I have no clue. Probably. Regardless, Texas is... I don't think it's that close to the equator. Do you know in the movie the Badger comes in...
It's not that far from the equator.
Anyway, could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? You fucking did it. That's 4 words. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video, which I have been trying to show for the last day! That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. I see Meekins. He was on the ground.
Poor
Oh!
Meekins.
The white cloth. It's yes, Judge! Take back your 2 fucking penalties! Strike them from my record.
Nope.
What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Well, well, well. Order, order. It would seem that's the only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. Bullshit! The fingerprint, you dummy. So what if my locker was open? That don't mean I'm the one who opened it. Where the hell have you been?
Yeah, it does.
Where the... Okay, he's bad with machines. I'll give him that. And he didn't seem to realize that the fingerprint thing existed in, like, the last... Like, before today. But still, we were just talking about this. Dot, dot, dot. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. First of all, that's 2 coincidences. Second of all, no. Judge, dot, dot, dot. Marshall, dot, dot, dot. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really is dumb. Oh, he really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. Well, gee! I have to present the locker itself, which is fingerprint encoded. Ta-da! A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this literally earlier today, you dummy. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks ain't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? What's he chewing on?
Probably like straw. Oh no, maybe meat?
I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What the hell is he chewing on? I don't know.
I guess it's probably some meat he got from Angel Star, huh?
It looks... Maybe, but... I really don't know what they're going for there. Anyway, dot, dot, dot. Olay! Please answer that question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can't. No, we really can't. Not if you were so stupid that when I was trying to show you the video for like the last 5 minutes, you didn't see what I was trying to show
so
you.
the judge can't, but you, in theory, can.
Phoenix didn't see it either.
I know. He's not very smart.
No, he's really not. Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. Hello, the Thai Bulbasaur. Welcome to see ya.
Hello?
Ty T.
Hello, Bulbasaur.
Yes, Ty T. Bulbasaur was hanging out on the Bulba Garden raid, or on the Bulba Garden channel earlier today. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. Yes, he did. He just thought he was Bruce Goodman. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. What I've been trying to get to, but this game is so damn slow. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Well, gee, if Meekins is K, the killer, then he must have been V, the victim. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Except we established yesterday.
You are once again walking into proving that essentially proving that the murder was not in the evidence room as far as Edgeworth is going to be concerned.
Oh, I know. I am absolutely sure of this, yes. But, again, that only proves that the murder didn't take place in the evidence room at that point in time. Right? It still happened in the evidence room earlier than 5:15. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman, which we established last week, right? Didn't have his ID card, and the locker wasn't locked with the fingerprint. So here's the other thing, right? Marshall had no clue about the fingerprint scanners. So he wouldn't have known to ask someone to, like, he wouldn't have known anything was wrong when he opened Goodman's locker and the glove fell out. He would have just assumed that he could have opened that locker. So somebody knew about the fingerprint scanners and deliberately left that locker open for Jake Marshall. The question is, who? And the answer is obvious.
The Blue Badger.
No. Why do you constantly think it's the Blue Badger? The Blue Badger is just a piece of... It's just a bunch of wood tacked together that can dance.
The Blue Badger is a crime against humanity.
The Blue Badger has done nothing wrong yet.
Yet. The key word is yet.
I don't see how it could possibly do anything wrong. Regardless, there's only one person it could have been, right? Let's go back to the court record. Let's go back to who entered that room that day. Right? So let's check.
Okay, so how would Edgeworth leave it open?
What do you mean, how would Edgeworth leave it open?
How would Edgeworth leave Bruce Goodman's locker open for him? For Jake Marshall?
Because he was in there at the same time that Bruce Goodman was, right? Goodman didn't have his ID, and yet clearly Goodman got into that room. So Goodman was escorted by kilometers lost as Edgeworth. Right? Kilometers lost as Edgeworth waited until Goodman opened his locker, killed Goodman, and then left the locker open for Jake Marshall later on.
Okay, but how would he know that Jake Marshall was going to go in there and impersonate Goodman?
That's an excellent question. I haven't quite gotten that far yet, but this is the direction that the game is pointing me in.
Also, Luna says the Blue Badger killed her friend, sister's aunt's cousin.
The Blue Badger is just a dancing collection of wood and paint. That's all it is. Right? I can show that in my evidence too. See, it's allegedly dancing in the evidence room at the time of the murder at the PD. This is all it is, right? It's nothing. It's just a little dancing guy.
Someday you will understand.
Right, like you said that someday I would understand that Lost Edgeworth isn't so bad. No, he's still a jackass, and I'm pretty sure he is behind this murder. There's literally nobody else it could be. Again, look at the list, right? 440 kilometers Lost Edgeworth goes in. Does a murder.
Ignoring 77777.
That's the guest ID. We've been over this.
You are making a lot of assumptions.
No, I'm not. I'm going where the game is pointing me.
The game is absolutely not trying to point you there.
The blue badger attacked Sonic the Hedgehog. He said, and I quote, "There's only space for one blue mascot." I'd almost go blue badger over Sonic the Hedgehog, but that's just because Sonic the Hedgehog is so played out by now. Anyway, this is where the game is pointing me. And this is why Lost Edgeworth is trying to tell us. It is exactly where the game is pointing me. This is why Lost Edgeworth is so darn, he's so gung-ho on making sure that we think the crime was at 5:15, because he doesn't want us to think about the fact that he actually committed the crime at 4:40.
This is not where the game is pointing you.
I believe the quote-unquote victim in the video is Officer Marshall, which once again will prove that the crime did not take place there at that time. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. Objection! But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. Objection! May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. The cameras dated the proper time, and we all know Lost Edgeworth isn't smart enough to... I know that but what we witnessed with the camera wasn't the actual time of the crime. Anyway, something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. Exclamation mark. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? And he's chewing on something again. I prefer when he was drinking his alcohol. You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence, eh? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Now that's a thing. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say That's the second time you've complained about the judge's beard. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? You mean other than the fact that we know for a fact that Officer Marshall was in there? Because something, aka the Goodman costume, was shoved into the locker. And we know that that's Jake Marshall's locker because he said so. And we knew that only Jake Marshall could be in that locker because it's fingerprint encoded. Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Dot, dot, dot. Humph. And he's waggling his finger again like a jackass. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. What? I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics. That is what Mia Fey said. For me, that would be what... Yes? Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. Or outside of the evidence room, as it happened. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. What? Why do you think this locker was open? Yes, because he was stuffing the costume into the locker. What do you mean? There's no reason that for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was quote-unquote committed, he opened his own locker not for some unknown reason. We literally see it. Right? We see part of the Goodman costume sticking out of it. Jake Marshall didn't originally intend to open his locker because he didn't expect to be confronted in there by Officer Meekins. But he hastily had to shove the costume in there because he was confronted. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth in. Yes, and it's the costume. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps...
I fucking wonder.
Perhaps the video is the key to... No shit, Sherlock! Am I ahead of all these dumbasses again? Don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. I mean, the white cloth is his outfit, right? What is this white cloth? Alright, so there's the glove that fell out. Meekins is coming in. Now, I'm gonna pause a couple of times during this confrontation. Right, so there's Meekins.
Meekins, who I must remind you, did nothing wrong.
I never said he did. There's gotta be something I missed, because the white cloth is probably too big to be the whole costume, right?
Okay, so what are you being asked to demonstrate?
Why he had to shove the white cloth into the locker. I'm guessing it's because
Why
blood
couldn't
got
he
in
take
it.
the white cloth out of the room with him?
It got blood on it, right? I'm not even 100% sure where the white cloth is at this point. So Officer Meekins is attacking back. And now gets slammed against the locker. Oh, I see. Very simple. That stain on the shoulder. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. Uh-huh. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat? Yeah, no. Walking around in a bloody white coat in the police office is not a good idea. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Duh. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Lostas Edgeworth. Oh, he's ecstatic. Dot. 2 years ago. If you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alrighty. Seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. Aha! He did it. No, it still is lost as Edgeworth. It's the only logical explanation. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID card and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. And managed to escape.
No one expects Officer Meekins.
No, just like nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. You're absolutely right. There wasn't. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the... Why are you pointing that out? I thought I had to be the one to point that out. Because you were going to try to cover that up. Dawning, what's happening here?
He read the report.
I didn't write any report.
He read the report.
There was no report for him to read.
He read the report.
That's all fine and dandy, but why would the murderer point out that there were traces of a large quantity of blood found on the floor?
Wild theory, but maybe he's not the fucking murderer.
I don't believe you! Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. I had to do it that way. Alright, well thank you for stopping by, Tai T Bulbasaur.
Yeah, Bulbasaur.
I will in fact point at people and yell objection many times. Especially Dawning.
You object to Dawning.
Because you keep telling me Lost is Edgeworth's not the murderer. And that the judge deserved to give me those 2 penalties, which belong to the judge.
I'm not saying you deserved the penalties. I'm saying that the judge is the only one in the courtroom who can give penalties. So even though you didn't deserve them, you still have to live with them.
Objection! I give the judge my 2 penalties. I retroactively take them away because I was proven to be correct. Everyone else is just slow.
I regret to inform you that this is not how it works.
It's how it works in my universe. Anyway, when you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Phoenix,
He was on it, though.
A, he was. B, you know why he cares so much. You did read the documentation that Lana had Gumshoe bring you. I know you did, because I was there when you read it. Who was one of the victims, Phoenix? I'll give you a hint. His first name was Neil, and his last name is the same as the last name of the guy currently testifying. Now, why does Jake Marshall care so much about this case? I said testifying, not being a defense attorney.
Phoenix is always the one testifying.
No, he ain't. That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera and the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that's really why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. Yes, that's why he couldn't finish it, because he didn't remember what his ID number was. I returned his ID card. I left it... Yep, I knew it. See, I figured this out last week, right? It's why they allegedly missed such a giant glaring piece of evidence in the prosecutor's office parking lot, and why the wallet ended up so far away from the car. It explains everything. Except who killed Bruce Goodman, but I already know who did that.
blue badger.
No. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. Yep, returned it after the guy was murdered. So, essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck. No, there is no such thing as coincidence. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. That is correct. He was, in fact, in the evidence room around 4:40 p.m. that very day. And he was killed by Losses Edgeworth. That's the evidence, by the way, that Goodman was actually in the room, despite the fact that the one time we know his ID card was used was by Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. To be fair, it was done by the book. I'll have to think a little more about his raise. Why are the prosecutors in charge of the raises for the police officers?
I don't know. It's never explained.
Anyway, I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Losses Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? Yeah, the one that he's been using to shave this whole time. ... I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... By the way, I made that connection too. Because, yeah, who's the only guy we've seen kind of brandishing a knife randomly? It is, in fact, Jake Marshall. Managed to escape.
Well, how else is he supposed to shave?
The same way I do.
So, you think he's supposed to not shave?
No, I do shave. I just have to use my laser vision to do it because otherwise it won't work.
A laser. He can't even figure out how a fingerprint
No,
scanner works.
I shoot my heat vision off and reflect it off a mirror, and that's how I shave.
He doesn't have that power. He's not Superman.
Oh right, that's the bellboy.
Yes, that's the bellboy.
I still haven't figured out what the hell he was doing lost in Edgeworth's office last time.
Stealing the screwdriver back, or trying to.
So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live for long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. To be fair, you're the one who erases the footage! However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that day? He was knocked out cold. What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder?
Is that Officer Meekins isn't even 1 year old?
It's possible. There wasn't any murder
I
in the evidence
object
room.
to 22.
Yeah, what evidence do you have for that? Present that evidence.
I present Mike Meekins' profile in the court record.
Well, present it then. I'm waiting.
I don't have the button!
Aha! So you can't prove it. I win again. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. I'm taking it carefully now, right? I'm pressing instead of jumping to conclusions because I know when I jump to conclusions I get penalized because the game is slow. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me. I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no I didn't. Why not? It was already gone. When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Except for that one glove. What? Mr. Losses Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Oh, and the broken vase. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the... Yes, Losses Edgeworth at 4:40 p.m. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Far away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Mr. 7777777 was the ID, was the guest badge.
Who's
We've
the
been over
guest that
this.
went in there at 4:20?
Me!
You weren't there that day!
You don't know that. First of all, who do you think would have lucky number 7 times as an ID?
I'm not gonna answer that.
No, because you know it's me.
The answer is actually extremely obvious, I feel like. But
It's me.
I'm not.
You're always complaining about how good my luck is.
I know, but actually, it's not you.
Bullshit. I can prove I was in there. Just go roll the security tapes.
The ones that Marshall erased?
Maybe. Anyway, just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. You can't prove it.
I can prove it as soon as we get confirmation of who 777 is, which we will.
It's not Gant. There's no way in hell it's Gant. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. You're probably going to jail. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. ... Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? I do know why. Yes! Neil Marshall!
Are you going to tell him why?
I feel like I can, but the game will fucking penalize me for some reason. Like, if I were to present the SL9 incident case and show Neil Marshall as the victim, the judge is going to say it's got nothing to do with anything and give me a fucking penalty. So I'm just going to press him. That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Darke was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. Because everybody that I prosecute is always automatically guilty. I remember the Joe Darke case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial.
No, it bothers me that they never question whether or not Joe Darke did it.
He did it! I know he did it. You know how I know he did it?
Because his name is Joe Darke?
Exactly. If his name was Joe Mama, that might be different. But his name was Joe Darke. Anyway, something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. ... So he's on to me too, and I will need to murder him as well, because I can't have people knowing that I forged evidence. Why is he so concerned with that incident?
That is absolutely not what he said.
No, that's what he was thinking.
Are you sure? When did you gain the ability to read Edgeworth's mind?
His initials are...
A.L.
Not the way you pronounce his name.
Well, the way you pronounce it they sure are.
Yeah, but that's just because I had to give him that penalty after I kicked his butt the first time.
No, you explicitly banned him from having the initials you are trying to make him have here.
Yes, after I beat him.
Right, which means his initials aren't that.
Regardless, he's still a massive egotist, so I understand how he thinks.
Do you, though?
Yes! Granted, I would never forge evidence in a court of law. Phoenix would. Lost as Edgeworth does. I wouldn't.
I would like to once again note it on record that during Phoenix's entire career as a lawyer, he does not actually forge evidence.
He shoved a bullet in Von Karma's shoulder.
You're making shit up.
That's what I do best. Anyway, why is he so... You know why, Phoenix. Maybe I should present... Oh, good! So the game is actually telling me...
You were supposed to present here, yes.
Yep. Look, I was going to do that, but the game had gotten on my case too many frickin' times. Because this wasn't technically something that I was contradicting. This was something that I would be present. It's like...
You are answering the question.
Yeah. So check, and I want to see... Page 2 victims, Neil Marshall. Okay. Objection! Not objection! Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here.
It'll quench you. It's the quenchiest. You don't get that reference.
No, I do not. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. Exclamation mark. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Oh! So he was the other guy in that photograph, or not photo, in that Angel Star memory thing.
Yes. Yes, he was. Did you not notice the cowboy hat?
I did. I thought it was a coincidence.
You have said multiple times today there are no such thing as coincidence.
I could have sworn it was a coincidence.
There
But
is
no,
no coincidence.
this actually makes perfect sense.
Yes, it does.
So Neil Marshall killed Bruce Goodman.
He's fucking dead.
You don't know that! Anyway, 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? It does explain why this ended up in the evidence room for people or for cases involving police officers. Also, was it just... Now, I just saw it in a flash. I did. But was it just me, or was there something slightly different about that King of Prosecutors award?
There might have been.
Because the King of Prosecutors award here is a shield. But I swear that it looked slightly different. And again, that was just a very brief flash, so I could be completely seeing things wrong. But I swear that it looked slightly different. Maybe. Anyway, he must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil... See, that's another prosecutor, by the way.
He's fucking dead.
And how do you know?
Because he's on the list of murder victims in a serial killing case.
And
the fact that he's fucking dead is the entire reason we are having this conversation.
are you sure?
Yes.
I think Dawning is confused, but I'll wait for her to catch up. Anyway, now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I... Oh, ho! See, this is why I didn't think he was a prosecutor, because I knew that Losses Edgeworth took the case. But I guess him getting murdered
Would
require...
unable to prosecute, yes.
But since he wasn't actually murdered, I don't know why Losses Edgeworth took over. Anyway, he handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands, and you fabricated evidence, hombre. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, then the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Yep, so there's Bruce Goodman, there's Jake Marshall, there's Angel Star without the jelly donut on her head. And then that's Neil Marshall in the corner, obscured by the text box.
Yep. And the reason Angel Star doesn't have a jelly donut on her head
is because she's not a
lunch
detective.
lady at this point.
Yes. I like her detective outfit. It's kind of cute.
It's basically the same outfit.
Yes. And?
Well, you know, I don't have an argument beyond that.
I knew you wouldn't. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. See? He's holding a knife. Joe Darke. My brother fought Darke and was killed. That was the first...
Okay, so now every time someone holds a knife, they become a murderer.
Yes, especially me.
So you're saying that implies Jake Marshall has committed how many murders?
Enough. That was the first time Darke left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. Case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Darke. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's the reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. ... Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. Well, no. We know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime at 5:15 p.m. We still don't know what happened before that. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police Bullshit!
You knew this was coming.
Yeah, he's trying to cover up his crime again.
He didn't fucking do it.
That's what you think.
Uh-huh, and I think that because I've played this case and seen what happened.
There's no way it's any...
I know the Blue Badger did it.
There's no one else it could have been. I'm sorry. It's him.
It was the Blue Badger.
You're lying about that. See, this is... By the way, this is how I know that you're lying that it's not Lost as Edgeworth. Because you keep pointing to someone it literally could not have been.
Okay, but you have admitted that the Blue Badger, or having done it, would have been a funnier twist than anything else. It
would have been hilarious. It absolutely would have been.
And how do you know they wouldn't have done it? Because it would have been hilarious.
But it didn't happen. And the only other person that it could be is this jackass right here, who's again casually glossing over the fact that there's a fuck ton of blood that was found in the evidence room. Who's casually pointing out that just because the murder didn't happen at 5:15 at the police department means that no murder took place at the police department that day. Right? He's deliberately trying to cover his own goddamn tracks and gloss over anything that's inconvenient. No murder took place at the police department that day. Exclamation mark. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than... Yes, so somebody left that locker open for Marshall, knowing that he would have gone in to get the evidence. I'm guessing it was Goodman himself. Right? And Goodman couldn't have gotten into the evidence room that day without someone else. So it had to have been Lost as Edgeworth that he went in with. And then Lost as Edgeworth killed him and stole the evidence before Marshall could get to it. So if no one was murdered at the... Judge, Don't let that jackass fool you. No one was murdered at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. That means the murder in the prosecutor's parking lot was the... No! Absolutely not. I'm sorry. F- to the both of you. Which in turn means only one person could have committed this crime. Yes, you goddamn motherfucking jackass. Chief prosecutor... No, no. Not a chance in hell, you bastard. Objection! But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Objection! Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. No, he doesn't. I'm 5 steps ahead of him as usual. All the mysteries of the police department have been resolved. Not a chance in hell. You still haven't resolved the giant fucking pile of blood in the evidence room. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Ms. Angel Starr is completely incontestable, despite the fact that she perjured herself multiple times. She just happens to be cute enough to get away with it. Not of her actually doing a stabbing. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. I've got 2. Fuck you. Phoenix, don't give up. I rest my case. I don't. No, the trial has not reached its conclusion. There is plenty of room for doubt, and I've got 2 pieces of evidence to prove it. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt that what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security tapes camera really was fake. However, I didn't realize... No, because it didn't end up proving Lana's guilt. Just a minute, Your Honor.
You're not the one who gets to say that.
Why not? What?
Oh, have you not gotten the hold it on screen yet?
No. Because I'm arguing with this dumbass judge again.
Only when the hold it goes on screen.
I have 2 pieces of evidence that prove both you and Lost as Edgeworth are morons. The first is the autopsy report that Lost as Edgeworth wishes he updated. The second is the giant fucking puddle of blood found in the evidence room. We still haven't explained that, and it's still entirely conceivable that the murder happened before 5:15. Somewhere between 4 o'clock and 5:15, or like 4:30 and 5:15, whichever. Right? Because the court record, look at the goddamn autopsy report, right? Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. I've been harping on this since like the first day of this trial. He could have been killed anywhere starting at 4 o'clock till 5:30. This means that the 4:40 time when Lost as Edgeworth was in the courtroom, or sorry, was in the evidence room, was potentially a time where the murder could have happened. So let me present this piece of evidence. Come on, I'm pushing the X button. How the hell did that happen? How the hell did that happen?
Oh, no, that's not the hold it yet, huh?
X, present evidence. Okay, if it won't let me do that, where's the floor plans for the...
We're not
Can
in
I
a
present
cross-examination. You're not able to present that yet.
But I'm right!
I know some parts of your assertion make sense. However, this is not what the plot would like to do. And
Too
unfortunately,
fucking
the
bad!
plot is kind of in charge here.
Fine. This court finds the defendant. Oh, it's you.
Yes, it's me.
No, I'm me. Anyway.
Your Honor, wait.
Emma!
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection, right?
2, actually. Yes, of course I do. Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? No, technically that would be Lana Skye. I might be Maya Faye's guardian, though. I haven't quite figured that one out. Your Honor? Oh.
Actually might be, but by the time you see her again, she'll be legally an adult anyway.
Anyway, I might be.
Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please?
Why would he want to? He's got everything
He doesn't want any loose ends.
No, he doesn't want... Like, he's got everything tied up in a nice, tidy bow. He's gonna get away with murder.
And I just brought in a loose end, so he's gonna hear me out.
No, you didn't.
I did.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. Aha! He really does want to cover up his crime. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out that the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Darke killings?
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Skye sisters were in that file as witnesses, yes.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day, so I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime.
Uh-huh.
That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue.
And
so I ran over there and looked at it again.
Who let you in?
I still have the guest ID.
Oh yeah, so 777-7777. Gotcha. So, did you find something?
No.
Okay, what the hell was the point of this then? Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. ...
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
Yeah, but you acted like you actually had something important to say. I'm just an attorney.
I'm not done here. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional.
Am I?
Anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, is any reason... Yes! It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Of course I object. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems to be clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? ... Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing with the floor plans?
That's who it is!
I'm guessing it is in fact the Blue Badger because the Blue Badger was actually there. So... ta-da! And he's drinking. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Exclamation mark, gasp. That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a... Aha! Which means, since Meekins went in at 450, I'm right. Lost his Edgeworth at 440, killed him. It would be impossible to place a handprint on this at this spot on the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright! Think it through scientifically!
Yes! It's what I've been saying ages ago. Emma.
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger into the evidence room, right?
Yep, at 4:50.
After he put it down, it would have been impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Yes! At 4:50 p.m. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my You allow Jake Marshall to drink in your courtroom. You allowed Cody Hackins to bring a sword into your courtroom. What else have you allowed? You've allowed Von Karma to bully the shit out of you in your courtroom. This is where you draw the line? It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. No fucking shit! Because there's still that giant pool of blood that nobody has adequately explained. But aha! See, he's starting to panic. He realizes that I'm putting 5 and 5 together and getting 13. He knows his number is up. But how? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the quote-unquote other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Objection! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim, mostly because I just want this incident over and done with since I committed the murder, and I know you're actually starting to get to the right conclusions. Objection! The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. Objection! So then, assuming this quote-unquote murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. At 4:40 p.m. when you were in the fucking evidence room. When did the first evidence occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who is posing as the... God damn, this is going all over the fucking place. Okay, prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who is posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on that locker proves it. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Losses Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that, aka the autopsy report, which again, Losses Edgeworth did not update this time. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. I've been harping on this for a long time, and it's about fucking time. This is the proof. It's quite simple, you see. If it's so simple, then don't get it wrong. What do you mean, don't get it wrong? Phoenix, are you slow at putting stuff together again? Alright, fine.
First crime took place before the Blue Badger was brought into the room, right? Hey, when the Blue Badger was brought there... When was the Blue Badger brought there anyway?
Okay, fine. I thought both would work, but...
No.
The ID card report. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. The ID card report. So, well. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be kilometers lost as Edgeworth. Boom! Boom! Mic drop. You're fucking done, buddy.
Unfortunately, the game is going to laugh at you for this one.
See? I'm right.
This lasts 2 seconds.
Kilometers losses, Edgeworth. Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have... Bullshit!
Let him talk!
No!
Let him fucking talk!
Abso-fucking-lutely not. I've got him cornered.
You absolutely do not!
It was in his car, stabbed with his knife, his name, an ID card were used. He admitted to going in the into that room. And he's been harping on the fact that because the murder didn't take place at 5:15 then it meant that it couldn't have been at the police department. He's been trying to sweep all this shit under the rug the whole fucking time. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either, and I will have to find you guilty of murder right here and now.
Nope.
It's clear.
We're gonna let Edgeworth.
We're gonna let him try to talk his way out of this, huh?
Yes.
No. He's guilty. It's clear from the luminol test that that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. You! I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, bullshit! You want us to believe that's physically impossible. However, it's not. And I can prove it.
Really?
Yeah, I've done that in less than 10 minutes. I'm sorry, what? Never mind, ignore everything I just said. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. So here's what actually happened, right? Because it's not technically 10 minutes. Right? It's 10 minutes between when Kilometers Losses Edgeworth had to have killed Goodman and then, you know, skedaddled with the body, leaving that blood, you know, the bloody handprint on the locker in the process, which again is a right handprint, and we know he's right-handed.
A lot of people are right-handed.
So he's right-handed.
And a lot of people are right-handed.
And at 4:50 p.m., he might have come in with Mike Meekins, allegedly, to help him bring in the Blue Badger, because I can't imagine Mike Meekins carrying that thing by himself.
Wouldn't Mike Meekins have mentioned that?
No, because we didn't ask. Anyway, so Mike let him back in at 4:50 p.m. And at that point in time, that's when he cleaned up the blood and was gone before Meekins returned at 5:14. Boom! Sorry, I got you, buddy. That would mean crime must have taken place. Not even close. Must have taken place before Mr. Losses Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. Stop trying to pin this on me, Phoenix. I didn't do it. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. Just how could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer, aka Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth. See, they're saying you could enter the room at the same time as someone else as long as they use their ID card. So Lost as Edgeworth went back in at 4:50 with Meekins. And he cleaned up the blood then. So he had 10 minutes to get the body out. Then he went back into the room and then made sure Meekins put that in front of the locker or somewhere where he wouldn't see the giant amount of blood. And then he went to clean up the blood. It's the only plausible explanation. No, he did not. He went in with Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth.
Phoenix says he went in with 77777.
Phoenix is a fucking moron.
This is the argument the game is having you make.
The game is wrong. No, it's not. I refuse. Why are we having him look into this ASAP? He is a suspect! Judge, I demand that you put a different prosecutor on this case. I demand that you put Lana Skye on this case.
He is also a suspect.
Oh, right. Fine. Bring out Von Karma and put him on this case.
He is in jail.
That doesn't stop them.
Damn it, why did I tell you about Blackwell?
We're not having Lost as Edgeworth investigate this case anymore. He is a suspect. And it really should have been obvious to the rest of you buffoons from the get-go. Because again, what idiot drives from one place to another with a body in his trunk and doesn't realize it?
Yes, Lost as Edgeworth is an idiot. I admit it.
Because you'd rather admit that than him actually being guilty of murder. Case closed. I win. Also, I will point out something that you accidentally let slip. It's further evidence that I'm right.
What did I say?
Last time when he got the flyer from Gumshoe, right, for Trey Bien, you said he wasn't going to be there for that case. Which means...
That's correct. He is not there at the time of that case.
Which means he's found guilty of murder here and is sent to jail and executed. Boom! I win again.
I regret to inform you the fact that he is not present for that particular case does not mean he is not in that game.
Uh-huh. Probably because he's appealing his decision, he's appealing his guilty verdict, and I slap him down once again. But no, this is a massive conflict of interest, Your Honor. I demand that you remove Lost as Edgeworth from this case.
In charge of this case.
What?
We should put Winston Payne in charge of this case.
He's incompetent.
Okay, so here's the prosecutors that are currently... We went over the list of prosecutors at the prosecutor's office earlier today, right? Mm-hmm. We have Lana Skye.
Mm-hmm.
She's a suspect. We can't have her.
Right.
We have Miles Edgeworth. You want him off the case.
Because he's a suspect. Payne.
Right, you want him off the case for being a suspect. So obviously he's ruled out. We have Winston Payne. You think he's incompetent. We have Gaspin Payne. You haven't met him, but I'm sure you can infer based on his name.
He's probably incompetent.
Yes. And we have Simon Blackquill, maybe, who is 18 years old. Who do you want on this case among those people?
Von Karma.
He might not even be alive.
These decisions take quite a while Like, they don't kill him instantly. Also,
No,
I will...
but that doesn't mean he didn't die.
I will maintain... Well, he wasn't that old. He was only 65.
You're the one who argued that he might have committed suicide out of shame.
He was only 65.
You're the one who argued that he might have committed suicide out of shame.
Might have does not mean that he did. Go look him up, and if they...
Right, and I said he might not be alive.
So, go look him up. If I can be dragged out of being a noodleman for this case, he can be dragged out of whatever funk he's in, or out of jail, or wherever the hell he might be. And I'm sure he'd love another crack at prosecuting Losses Edgeworth, and I won't even take his case this time.
I look at it up, he's dead.
You can't prove that.
I mean, I guess you could have the other Von Karma, but that means we have to drag her out of Germany.
Sounds fun. Do it.
And it means you will be hit with a whip.
I'm not taking
Also,
Losses... I'm not taking...
She's 17.
Look, I'm not taking Losses Edgeworth's case, right? I'm not defending that schmuck again.
Right, but you are defending in Lana.
Correct.
And right now, she's still the one on trial, even if Losses Edgeworth is becoming a suspect as well. So, you will still be hit with a whip if we put Franziska Von Karma on this case.
I've suffered through worse. And I think Lana is worth it. Please look into this ASAP. Find out who...
Also, she is 17.
I said Lana is worth it.
No, the prosecutor you would be putting on it is 17. Do you think a 17-year-old can handle this?
She's a Von Karma. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card because it's a guest ID that I may or may not have used to sneak in to the evidence room earlier on without people knowing it was me. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID card number 777-7777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. No, it doesn't. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a... How the fuck do you even know that... No, you're absolutely wrong on this one. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Objection. That's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted...
That's the judge's line.
Oh. If an official charge against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, ain't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. See? See? Marshall knows what's going on here.
Marshall, your brother was a prosecutor.
Yeah, and in his brother's death, there was something fishy that happened. He's not saying that his brother...
You are implying that all prosecutors are bad, sir.
Now he is. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Objection. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall, even if that means I have to forge evidence to do it. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself until you can conclusively prove something. And even then, I will sue you into oblivion. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Objection! Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder, and I'm lucky that you people are too stupid to realize that I should be charged with this exact same murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777-7777, which means she's not guilty. Oh shit, I may have just shot myself in the foot. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Uh-oh. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time,
Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. ...
Exclamation mark.
Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
The hell does that even mean? Oh, I'm sorry, that's not the line. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't! ...
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Exclamation mark. Why won't you answer him? Stop trying to tell people that I was the one who forged the evidence.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But, Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence.
See? See? Okay, so she was in on it. That's why she was covering for Lost as Edgeworth. Okay, this explains everything. I get it now. See? That's what I'm talking about. No, no! How could you? You revealed my darkest secret. Now I'm going to be convicted of murder. Lana's remarks caused such a stir that chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Dun, dun, dun! And it's going to be Lost as Edgeworth guilty by a nose. Who else could it be?
The Blue Badger.
Bullshit. And the more you keep telling me that, the more I'm convinced that I'm right about Lost as Edgeworth. Anyway, considering the fact that we've hit a save point, I'm going to take a quick break.
You should save, yes.
Yes, I'm going to take a quick break.
Also
So
a break, yes, that actually seems like a good idea.
I will be right back. Nobody use Little Goblin Knows Best while I'm gone.
I will also be gone for a few minutes.
All right, I'm back. Let's see, where was I?
Uh,
I'm streaming both at 8 a.m. and 7:30. So the stream this morning was on Bulba Garden. This is my usual stream today. Anyway, so I believe there was something about Lana
about
Sky.
tsundere humiliating.
About what?
About you being tsundere family.
Now, why would I have to do that?
Because you asked for it.
Did I?
Little Goblin, Maniacal Engineer BMG redeemed Little Goblin Knows Best.
Oh, I didn't actually realize I was doing that. I was just poking around to see the channel point rewards, but okay, fine. Are you sure you want that one?
You know what? No, tsundere for Edgeworth.
That's kind of where I thought you were going to go. I'm surprised you didn't. But okay, fine. So be it. What do you mean? Look, I was just looking to see. Well, first of all, I popped in to make sure that my stream was still working because this morning I was having some technical difficulties. And then I got some kind of notification about the channel point rewards, and I'm like, the hell is this? Anyway,
And you're gonna
regardless.
tsundere for Edgeworth in the stupid. Or, no, you're not gonna do that in the stupid. for. Holy fuck, DN, what am I supposed to do with this many? Well, you're gonna tsundere for Edgeworth now, and I'm gonna figure out what to do with the other ones throughout the rest of the stream.
All three of them. Okay. Very well. Oh, kilometers lost as Edgeworth. Your name actually is Miles Edgeworth, and I'm just being a sore loser because, well, it turns out I actually love you so much, and, I don't actually think that you're a baka. I don't actually think that you're a murderer. I'm just trying to get all the guilt off of Lana Sky because she happens to be my client and you happen to be a convenient scapegoat just because you happen to show up at the in the evidence room at that time, and it was in your car, but I know someone is just trying to frame you, and you would never be party to forged evidence. You looked just as surprised, by the way, when Lana Sky admitted to forging evidence in the courtroom, and again, I'm sure you were just as surprised as everyone else because you would never actually forge evidence. You are an upstanding guy, a phenomenal fellow who would never ever sink that low, and who would be, you are the king of the prosecutors who would never ever resort to cheating, and who would be, you would be the absolute king of my heart in addition to being king of the prosecutors if you could just open your heart a little bit to me. But I know that I make it very difficult because I'm constantly shouting objection at you and pretending that I don't like you, and well, hoping that yeah, but you know that the whole reason that I do that is I want to make you notice me, and again, you're the whole reason that I even became a defense attorney in the first place is because I had to go chase after you and make sure that nothing had happened to you, and make sure that you were okay, and find out what happened to the little meters Edgeworth that I once knew, just because I was concerned about you, and what had potentially become of your kind and caring and gentle self, and your protection of the innocent, and your I don't know, your very upright and upstanding nature. You hate seeing injustice no matter what and no matter who. So even though Joe Darke may have been a serial killer, you wish to have seen justice done, and you think that it would have been better for him to get off on that crime if there wasn't sufficient evidence, as opposed to then bring him in on false evidence and get him convicted. There's honor to that, even if it is kind of stupid, but there is honor to that. But I know that you had nothing to do with the forged evidence, and in reality, it was a conspiracy with Lana, Sky, and possibly even Neil Marshall. That must be it. All right, Neil Marshall, who Jake Marshall says could not be beaten in a fight, right? He deliberately let himself get beaten up and killed, specifically to leave behind fake evidence that would incriminate Darke. I guess there's kind of an honor to that too, where Neil Marshall was literally willing to die just to plant fake evidence or something. But regardless, it has nothing to do with Edgeworth, my beloved, whose reputation keeps getting tarnished by the acts of others, but he is still completely innocent and just a caring and sweet individual. I need a beer.
You're not supposed to drink right now. It interferes with your medication.
You keep saying that.
I am saying that because you told me that, and I know your wife will get mad at you.
Oh yeah, speaking of my wife, she was not exactly amused by my shirt. I mean, I like my shirt.
You made your wife jealous?
I don't think I made her jealous. It's just like she's looking at it and it's like, who is that? And I'm like, she's a character from a video game. I did not tell her that I got two. I don't know if I'm going to be in trouble, but I don't think I will be. Anyway.
You will be if you get a beer.
Only if she finds out.
I'll tell her.
You don't know her!
She is my sister-in-law.
Yes, and?
Exactly. She is my sister-in-law. I will tell her.
I did not tell her that, Deanne, no. To be fair, I don't think she would blame me.
I kinda think she would.
Maybe. Anyway, let's, well, before I get in any more trouble, let's get on with the game, shall we? February 24th.
I believe it's my...
No, it's not. It's green text.
Yeah, it's green text first.
Yes, that's nobody's line. February 24th, 3:12 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Darke killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Probably because I've lived under a rock for the last 10 years. Probably 15 years. And yes, okay, if Lucas told you something like that, you probably would thwap him with a newspaper. To be fair, she'd probably do something similar. But it would be more so in jest than anything else, I think. Anyway.
Lana wanted Darke convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you? Poor little science goblin. Would you like a hug?
Yes, please.
Okay, have a hug, little science goblin. And have a delicious diamond as a snack.
Thank you. It's all there in the file. Joe Darke's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall when he murdered Officer Marshall's brother. He left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Darke tried to kill me.
You need another hug, don't you, little science goblin?
Mm-hmm.
Have all the hugs you need. What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you.
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Darke trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Well, okay, I saw that she was a witness, I just didn't see that she was an intended victim. Interesting.
She was 14 years old.
Yes. But to be fair, if this guy was going to target the people going after him, Emma was probably... I mean, Emma was certainly less... was certainly more vulnerable than going after any of the detectives or prosecutors directly who were going after him. And it would have sent a fairly clear message. That could explain, though, why he left evidence that particular time. Because he got interfered with while he was trying to kill his intended victim. So I'm still not seeing where the forged evidence comes in. Either way, lost is Edgeworth still guilty. Examine. Let's see if I can see Superman. Looks like it's cleaning day again at the hotel across the way. I hear they're planning a second branch outside of the city. Egad! Superman was staring right at me. He really is. I'm pretty sure this is all just recycled dialogue, but...
Mia's desk and the bookshelf have something new.
Oh, interesting. But yeah, no, this by the way is further evidence that the bellboy really is Superman.
He is, yes.
The game leans into it, right? Look at this line.
He looks wimpy, but you can tell there's a sharp edge under that facade. That bellboy is going to be someone someday.
Wish someone would say that about me. Alright, I think for future, if it's all just recycled dialogue except for Mia's desk and what?
The bookshelf.
Okay. So I'll just run through all that because I'm obsessive compulsive. If you have a line, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yep, okay. Her mixing in the very own scientific additive. He's turning yellow. And then this is Maya's Steel Samurai. To be fair, I don't think that
oh no,
Emma
the
cares.
desk is reused. Not the desk. The bookshelf is also reused. It's just for some reason in the script again.
Good, let's do that then. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me.
I tried studying one of those just now. Remember what they were talking about in trial yesterday?
Oh, right.
No. Changed to yesterday instead of today.
Yep. Oh, right. Evidence law. So, did you learn anything?
Well, When I tried reading it, it made my head hurt.
Oh.
Then, when I closed it, it squeezed my hand and fell on my foot.
Oddly enough, I find myself identifying with her on this one. And the desk. Mia's desk. I sit here even less now that I've stopped taking cases and become a humble noodleman.
That's coming up next week. I better study. I'm borrowing this desk, okay? 1 plus 1 equals 2. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 1 plus 3 equals 4.
This is what they teach at high school level? Okay, I didn't see Phoenix's line before I said that, but yeah, no. Phoenix is right. If that's what they're teaching in high school math, we're in serious trouble. It's always worth doing this stuff. Alright, let's talk to the little science goblin.
I don't have that talk in my script.
Really?
Nope.
You'd think that this would be new stuff, and it is.
Let's see if it's in a different spot.
Is there anything present in the script?
There is.
Okay. Let's see, the attorney's badge is probably, yep. That's reused. She's gonna give me $50 for it. Goodman's ID. There's probably something new there, right? Hmm?
Mr. Goodman didn't have this on the day of the crime, right?
Right. A few days before he was murdered, he had filed a lost item report. Although, stolen item is more like it. Swiped by that lone wolf who dressed up like him.
I never thought Officer Marshall was the type to do something like that.
It didn't come as much of a surprise to me. King of the prosecutors! Reused?
Yeah, I don't have that.
Yep. Present evidence. Lost his Edgeworth's knife.
I don't have that. I'm guessing
Reused.
it's reused.
Yep. The parking stub. Yeah,
I don't have that.
Notice that defense attorneys have a tendency to want to show people things.
Yes. I love that bit of dialogue of hers.
It's fantastic. And it's, you know, again, it's the generic one, but it's really
It's a
funny.
good generic one.
It is. Goodman's notes, generic. Lana's cell phone, but I think that's reused.
Might be new, but yeah, it's probably got unique, but I don't have it.
Yes. Parking lot floor plans is generic. Next, crime photo.
I don't have that.
That's, yeah, that's generic. That's not generic, but it's reused. The victim's shoe.
I do have that.
Mm-hmm. There was something strange about this shoe, wasn't there? Let's see, what was it?
Traces of blood on its toe. There wasn't any blood found at the prosecutor's underground parking lot.
But we did find blood on the floor somewhere, didn't we? Where was that again?
In the evidence room at the police department. Now stop using me as your memo pad.
No, we also found blood in Lost Edgeworth's room, which, by the way, is going to come in handy now. The switchblade knife.
Don't have that.
Really? Because this is new.
Did you not present it to her yesterday?
Maybe I did. Anyway, maybe it is reused, yeah. Okay. The luminol testing fluid.
I don't have that.
Yeah, it's reused. Yep, definitely reused. And I just take the allowance myself. Yep, I definitely remember that. The ID card report.
I do have that.
You would, yes.
There's only one number left to check out.
That's right. We now know the other... Are you kidding me? No. 8730579 is 100% related to the murder. I don't like the direction this is going in, by the way. So first, Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth commits murder and frames the #1 prosecutor, Von Karma. Now he commits another murder and frames the chief of police. This guy's really ambitious. An executive officer.
777777777.
I believe that's 17 too many. Can't find out whose number this is unless we have some incriminating evidence. That's going to be hard to dig up by tomorrow. The fingerprinting set.
Mr. Edgeworth is so kind, giving us something like this. Hey, you don't think he likes me, do you?
No.
Emma, you are 16, he is 24.
Also, that was a gift from your sister, not from him. ... Are you okay, Emma?
Mr. Wright, hurry, run!
Did she just sneeze on me?
Yes, she did. ... Here, I'll wipe those fingerprints off your face.
Might as well wipe my dignity away too while you're at it.
You don't have any of that.
What do you mean I don't have any of that?
You're saying Phoenix Wright has dignity?
Oh, yeah, she might have meant it like as a friend. I guess you're right, Luna. Also, screwdriver. This screwdriver was at Lost as Edgeworth's office, wasn't it?
Yes. He said he didn't have anything to do with the crime.
Bullshit, I don't trust him. ... And what are we doing carrying it around?
Hey, don't ask me. I'm not the one making the decisions around here.
If I recall, Lost as Edgeworth said Chief Gant asked him to take this to the prosecutor's office. Goodman's lost item report. Present.
That's the same as the ID card.
Yep. And the evidence room floor plans. Oh no. It's the generic one. The rubber glove.
Also don't add that
Yep.
to the reuser generic.
It is generic. The evidence locker.
Don't have that.
It's the generic, which is really funny. The unstable jar.
I do have that.
Yes. This jar is pretty fragile. It's incredibly jarring.
Break apart.
What do you mean, about to? It's already broken.
I meant again.
This piece was found in Detective Goodman's evidence locker. That means...
This is somehow related to that other incident.
You know what it kind of reminds me of?
What does it remind you of? What does it remind you of?
Oh, not that one. The 3 points on the blue badger. That had another handle at some point. Isn't it kind of like the blue... No, it's not the blue badger's crown. I'm imagining things. Anyway, Marshall's fingerprints. This fingerprint was left on the locker when Marshall was stashing his bloody coat.
I guess that blood wasn't Mr. Goodman's after all.
Yeah, I probably am, Luna. Nope, just that of an overly zealous patrolman named Meekins.
Oh, there wasn't a murder at the police department at 5:15 in the end.
Correct, it was earlier than that, like I've been saying since like a month ago. I wonder what's going to happen to Officer Marshall now. The video!
We owe our entire success in court today to this tape. Emma, you weren't there for that part.
She was not, no. At first I thought it was a joke. Ah, welcome back, Tai T. Bobasaur.
Welcome back, Bulbasaur.
Oh, you did it. So you must be lost as Edgeworth. Interesting. At first I thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be a goldmine of evidence. Yes, no duh.
A total of 5 clues in it. Emma, you... Actually, wait, she was there for the Mike Meekins part, wasn't she?
Yes. So hold on. 5 clues. 1 was the lamp. 1 was the glove. 1 was, 1 was the locker, right, with the thing hanging out of it. 1 was the bloody coat. That's only 4.
The blue badger in front of the handprint.
Oh yeah, I suppose that's technically true. 5 clues. The many adventures of a cabbage frog. Yes, indeed. It also gave the blue badger some publicity. Of the negative sort, that is. Alright, the SL9 files. Do I really want to present those to her?
Do you?
Is it going to be sad?
Not a whole lot, but maybe a little.
Alright, I feel like I have to. I can accompany it with plenty of hugs and a diamond for a snack if it would help.
Thank you.
Alright, let us present the SL9 files. It seems everything is somehow related to this incident.
What was it labeled again? The SL9 incident?
Yes, the name of everyone connected to this trial is listed in here. All that's left is to figure out just what role everyone plays in this case. If we search hard enough, I think we'll find our answers. What exactly did or didn't Lana do?
I'm not sure I want to know everything.
Alright, so that's all the evidence. Now I can talk to her about the SL9 incident.
I do not have that dialogue. Gosh dang it.
It really has to be, because this is new.
Oh, found it. What the hell is it doing down here?
I don't know. I still have yet to see this script of yours. And I really shouldn't.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right around this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Darke.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just Then Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Darke tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture. Tell me about after the incident.
I don't remember the moment when Darke stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That's why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
Prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly.
I mean, to be fair, one of their own literally just got killed.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
So he was in on it. Guilty, I say! Lost his Edgeworth.
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. And so that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true. Lost his Edgeworth is guilty of forging evidence. See?
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Tell me about this permanent picture. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Darke knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I think she needs more hugs and another diamond snack.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out.
I'm not surprised.
Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much. Have more hugs and another diamond snack.
Thank you. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grow up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Well, no mystery there. Joe Darke had been taken in for questioning that day.
And they didn't take his knife away from him? Taken in for
I assume
questioning.
he picked up another one when he was fleeing. From
Maybe?
somewhere.
Taken in for questioning, you mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective's office and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. ...
Across from the elevator. No, Phoenix, we know she wasn't the chief prosecutor at the time already. She was an executive investigator, same as Damon Gant.
Oh, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best on the entire force.
I don't know why this is news to you, Phoenix, other than the fact that you're an idiot, but okay. What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Darke case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Interesting, I wonder where this is telling me to go. Let's go to the detention center. Hello, Lana.
Lana? Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Lost as Edgeworth, on the other hand.
Criminals
That I would
don't
believe.
mind playing
Anyway.
foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? ...
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
But before that, let's examine the camera. Let's examine the poor schlub guarding the room. See you around, Luna. Thank you for stopping by.
See you, Luna.
This guard monitors the visitor's room. He seems frozen in place, cowering under the room's oppressive atmosphere. Lana is not an oppressive atmosphere. Let's talk to the pretty lady.
No, but the room itself might have one.
I suppose. Let's talk to her about today's trial. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case is stolen. I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it wasn't really fair, was it? ... I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, that sucks. How much would it cost to buy it back?
A lot.
That's fair, and Phoenix is broke.
He sure is. Half his clients haven't paid him.
Anyway, well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, what Miss Starr said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? ... Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. That's true. I don't know if I've ever actually seen that side sprite of her before. Tell me about Detective Lana Skye.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. It was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
Then he was the vice head of criminal affairs. Is that actually what it says?
Deputy Chief of Police.
And he was the deputy chief of police. But he still worked at... Why did he change what his position was 2 years ago in the re-release?
I don't know!
But he still worked at the crime scenes. Damon Gaunt. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever! They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed!
That sounds suspicious!
Yes, it does.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that. It was late, so you could later use that experience in court. Bond's help open the SL9 was critical to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. What are you owing?
There's now a fourth one that you have to work with.
Lovely.
Maybe I should ask more about the investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Any thoughts or no?
Should you ask Lana Skye about the investigation?
Oh, I meant what to do with your little goblin knows best.
Well, with 4 lying around, let's use one for you stupid Farkle munchers.
Okay, I will use my Von Karma voice while voicing the Darke investigation.
2 years ago, I was second in command of detectives investigating Darke.
Objection! Second in command! That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, correct?
Yes. Detective Gaunt and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office? That is very strange. I wonder if they were ever romantically involved.
We led a team of the best detectives. When in the timeline would that fit?
Would what fit?
Them being romantically involved, because we know she was with Mia, and then she was apparently with Marshall.
Perhaps.
And then she transferred to the prosecutor's office.
You know, she might have ended up with Marshall after her transfer to the prosecution's office. Nobody ever said...
Marshall is implied to be before SL9.
Oh, well, I don't know how many years she spent on the detective... is a detective in the force. Nobody ever said... Although, to be fair, I do think he may be a little bit old for her.
Uh-huh.
Regardless, I was just spitballing. Now...
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho.
That is understandable.
Without a doubt, Joe Darke was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence.
So how did you know he was the killer if you had no evidence?
I'm really not sure. I suppose we could just sense it.
Oh, does that make sense?
That was when the last murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Darke. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. ...
Exclamation mark. Now you tell us. That makes perfect sense as to why she was a witness in that case. Tell me about the first one it's a scene.
Detective Gaunt and Prosecutor Marshall were the ones questioning Darke that day. The investigation was in its final stages when Darke must have panicked. He waited until Gaunt and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room.
And they didn't have any guards. And they didn't have any guards stationed at the doorway just in case this serial killer tried to escape. What a bunch of stupid fucking farfel munchers.
Well, Detective Gaunt is a big guy, but like Officer Marshall said, no one could take Neil Marshall in a fight, so it seemed fine.
This would have never happened if Von Karma was in there investigating and questioning this guy. He would have just shouted in German and the guy would have cracked like an almond under somebody's teeth.
From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Detective Gaunt and myself.
I do believe...
That's where he...
So hold on just a moment. I believe it is critical, because when Emma was saying it, she said that it was Lana Sky's office, but now we know it was not just her office, it was also Gaunt's office as well. That is a very interesting fact. I still do not believe he did it, mind you. It was entirely done by Kilometers Lost his Edgeworth. But we will get there when we get there. Anyway, go on.
That's where he found me.
So, you was the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gaunt and Marshall were questioning Darke. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma who had passed out,
and the suspect, Joe Darke. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Darke had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her. After all his sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Darke under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident.
That's right. Quite the coincidence,
You stupid farfel muncher. There is no such thing as coincidences. I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There is no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. There is no such thing as a coincidence.
But that case was solved 2 years ago!
Yes, and this was done by the ghost of Joe Darke. At least one person went to...
Channeling that fucking guy.
Well, who knows? At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes. His actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Darke. ... Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live on the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case might not be over yet. Joe Darke may have survived his execution. Do not ask me how.
Information?
Emma was assaulted by Darke at the police department, correct?
Yeah. In the office that Damon Ganton and I shared. The office that Mr. Ganton now occupies by himself. The chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look.
So, okay. Damon Gant and Lana Skye shared the chief's office prior to the SL9 incident.
Yes.
But neither of them was the chief of police at the time. Damon Gant was the deputy chief of the police.
Correct.
Lana was somehow the chief of police and then lost it when Damon Gant got promoted and she was transferred to the prosecutor's office?
No.
Because keep in mind, her transfer didn't happen until after Damon Gant was the chief of police.
No. When they were sharing an office, he only had half the space. So it was fitting for a deputy chief of police. Once she was
but this is the chief's office, and the chief was not in there.
Hey, Caps, thank you for the raid.
Hi, Caps. We are timeline confused.
No, we're not. Right? So they shared.
I am timeline confused.
I'm trying to explain. If you will let me explain, I think I can figure this one out. Right? So they shared an office before, right, when he was deputy chief of police and when she was just a detective, or maybe like the head of the detectives or head of criminal affairs or whatever, right? And then he became chief of police and transferred her to become the chief prosecutor.
He didn't immediately become the chief prosecutor.
Well, fine, but
yes.
Transferred her over to the prosecutor's office. That means that the office that he was in as deputy chief was now effectively twice as big. So instead of moving offices down the hall...
where the hell was the chief?
In a different office.
Why wasn't the chief in the office officially recognized as the chief's office?
Look, if I have an office in a building, right? The chief's office is just whatever office the chief happens to be in. There can be two offices. One was the chief's office under Gaunt's predecessor, and then when Gaunt took over, he just switched. So now this office is the chief's office because it just happens to be the office that the chief of police is in. There's nothing weird about it. Especially if his office suddenly became twice as big because he was no longer sharing it with a girl. Well, in that case, it might have become 3 times as large. He might have had 2/3, and he might have only had 1/3. That's beside the point. Regardless, right? So it's not just that the who was the chief changed, it's where the office was that changed. Because again,
whatever.
Why would he want to move offices if he doesn't have to? Moving offices is a pain in the neck. Anyway, maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. But before we do that, let's present some stuff, like my attorney's badge.
He has no present response to anything. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo. Especially when the interests of both parties are involved.
She really means it.
Lana! And that is her only present dialogue.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's... Yeah. No, she is truly a professional.
She sure is.
And good at what she does, too.
Even if what she does is forging evidence.
No, I'm sure Los's Edgeworth talked her into that. Alright. So, let's move to the criminal affair. Well, we've got to go to the chief's office. So my guess is the criminal affairs department is where we need to go. Well, that did something.
It sure did.
I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Oh. Oh, no, you haven't talked to Marshall yet.
Was I supposed to?
It is in order to get the visit to the criminal affairs department that actually progresses the story.
No.
Things seem kind of quiet around here.
You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right. We can come back here later. On the contrary, let's see how far this guy's gotten into his novel. This must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. That's it. The villain used a time machine. Very clever indeed. That would explain the alibi. Oh! So he's working on this case, too.
No, he's making shit up. He's writing a novel.
No, he's working on this case and figured out that Lost Edgeworth got his hands on a time machine.
He's making shit up for a novel.
The future might not be so far away after all. ... He's not writing a report, he's writing a novel. That's your opinion. Anyway, that's all the same. What else? The Blue Badger.
The detective has something new.
So this is the police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger, the future star of the police force. This is probably reused.
Yeah, everything except that one detective and the chief of detectives.
Yep, okay. I definitely saw that before. Absolutely, it's cutting-edge stuff very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then you'll give her nightmares. Alright, let's see what the chief has to say. That man must be the chief of detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Dark case may have been fabricated. That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone. There's a guy who cares. Now there's a guy who cares about his work. And the most important thing in the room. Yes, imagine Gumshoes
uniform calendar.
as Detective Gumshoe. Sorry, what?
The Babes in Uniform calendar has always been the most important thing in the room, and so long as it is in this room, it will remain the most important thing in the room.
You said it, not me.
That said, agree.
I was going to say, you're not wrong. Let us move. I couldn't go from the detention center to the police department entrance anyway, so I still kind of had to stop by there regardless. Ah, it's you. Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. The
Billy?
cactus. Must be a pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner.
Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Humph. Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. His cacnea dried up indeed. Poor Billy. But before we bother Marshall, let's take a look-see around. I bet you most of this stuff is reused.
I assume the two officers have something new,
Yes, I would,
as
but
they do.
I'm checking everything again just to be thorough. I can also potentially use the, what's it called? Because there's a handprint on the blue badger.
It will not allow that for some reason.
Do we ever actually get to figure
still
out?
writhing around today.
Do we ever actually get to figure out whose handprint that is? I mean, it's probably
I
Gumshoe's,
don't
but
remember.
it probably is Gumshoe's. I really wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, he is the one who painted it.
Correct, and he's
When
not
I take out
exactly.
batteries, I just can't help feeling like Inky's going to do something naughty, like murder Bruce Goodman.
He didn't do that.
He did do that.
We know for a fact it was lost as Edgeworth.
We know for a fact it was the Blue Badger.
Yeah, it does seem like all of this stuff is reused. I still have to investigate everything because I am thorough and obsessive. Fingerprinting. You have fingerprinting sets. And again, I will say, good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. In your house, it's always you.
Do we have a house or is it just an apartment? It's probably just an apartment.
I mean, she's the chief prosecutor. She might have a whole house. She certainly gets paid well enough. Alright, let's see what these guys are up to. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. So I cuffed the lout, right? Then you know what he says. What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Oh man, I hate it when that happens. Good lord.
I guess he wasn't saluting. He was just listening to how his friend messed up.
They make a good pair. Alright, so that's everything that I can investigate.
He only has one, and he only has generic present options.
Well, then let's try the one and see where it goes.
Mr. Marshall, could you please have a look at this?
Sorry, Bambina. I'm not a patrolman anymore, and I'm certainly not a detective. I'm nothing more than a wanted man now. These old eyes of mine have seen too much as it is. So he got fired. No surprises there.
I mean, yeah.
Talk to me about the Darke trial. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Was part of the evidence a fish fillet? Some of them facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Darke's, alright. But, in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
Question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means that there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. ... exclamation mark? However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Huh. Could the facts have been concealed with forged... No, it was just an updated autopsy report. Happens all the time. I've seen it twice now. Yes.
Oh no, Von Karma did it.
Yes, he did.
I think there are 3 in the series.
That case left
But
behind...
one of them is irrefutable because a bird brought it.
Yes. And as we figured out, the birds in this game are smarter than literally everybody else. God bless you, Polly, the best witness. That case left behind
Very
scars.
sad that they never let Taka on the stand.
I'm very sad that they never told me what happened to Polly. Oh wait, that's your line.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind?
We'll talk about that after we talk about Prosecutor Marshall. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of them best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of the Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That is an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall might have really been close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. ... Exclamation mark? Interesting! It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, it was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Tell me about these scars. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Yeah, why did nothing happen to Goodman?
We're getting sort of almost to that.
Fair enough. Ms. Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Tell me about Gant and Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yep, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left.
Not like I've been saying that this whole case.
Yeah, exactly so. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that. Yeah, so I wonder why she was confused.
Sister.
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. And he's drinking. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy lost his Edgeworth ain't my enemy. Are you kidding? He killed Goodman! How is he not your enemy? Why is this game going to bat so hard for a clear murderer?
You know this game is the one who decides whether or not he's the murderer.
No, I've decided ages ago. And I've convicted him, too.
You are not writing the plot. Okay, you are writing the plot, but it's not the plot anyone else played.
Pity for them. I like my plot better. That boy lost his Edgeworth ain't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. Unless he's lying, which he probably is. Bullshit! That someone was actually lost as Edgeworth himself. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Well, there goes the Lone Star lawman who's no longer a lawman. So, back to the Criminal Affairs Department. Or should I go to the underground parking lot?
I think there's a thing there, but I also think there's nothing there.
What?
There's nothing there, but technically there is dialogue for you came here for the first time, nothing's going on.
Then let's do that. No one's here today. Not even... Boo! Not even Ms. Starr. Well, that sucks.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly happened. He went down in the evidence room. Let's see where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence. Yes, you moron. Ay, Phoenix is so slow.
He sure is. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Alright, let's examine everything, which is probably all reused.
The wall is slightly different.
Okay.
So, this is the famous divider.
Well, I haven't looked that up yet.
Okay.
Sorry, I haven't examined it yet.
Sure.
So it's the partition then.
Yeah. Is slightly different on this side, and then... Maybe the car and the trunk are slightly different? I'm not sure.
Well, I can take a look. The door is still closed. The ladder, which is the whole ladder and step ladder conversation. The oil drum.
Famous oil drum, something, something, water.
Tries to kick it over herself. Fails.
Ow!
Poor little goblin.
Used.
Yep. Poor little goblin. All right, now let's talk to the partition.
So, this is the famous divider.
It sure helped us knock a hole in that testimony yesterday. Yeah, it's yesterday as opposed to
That's
today.
the whole change.
Yep. Come to think of it, this divider helped our case more than the actual witness.
The great divider. I chip off the old parking block.
It's just a wall, scientifically speaking. Alright, let's look at the number A. Reused. Go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. That's really rude. Not inaccurate,
I'm
but
not
rude.
even the hamburger goblin.
All goblins like hamburgers. And she tries to climb the
So,
fence
we're putting
again.
hamburger as a divining trait. Actually, I don't think that's true because I feel like Goose has said he doesn't like hamburgers.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know. Alright, let's see. The chalk outline.
That should be the same.
The trunk, specifically.
That's where we found that note.
221 SL9, the SL9 incident.
Case that was due for transferal the day of the murder. I never knew the SL9 incident referred to.
The Joe Darke killings. Everyone in this case played some part in that incident, except Gumshoe. He's innocent. And Meekins, who did nothing wrong. This has to be more than just a sheer coincidence. All right, let's see the car itself.
That's about as red as a sports car can get.
Yep, it's pretty red, all right. The body was found in Lost Edgeworth's car trunk. So how the hell do I not think he's guilty? And the lock on the trunk was broken. So the question is, why did Ms. Sky choose his car?
What model car is it? ...
I think it was called a sedan or a coupe or something like that.
Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you? You're supposed to know these things.
Maybe it's about time I got my driver's license.
Something that you will literally never do in the 11 years this series spans across.
Again, I am not exactly enamored with driving right now.
I don't blame you.
Alright, I gotta go somewhere else. I could go to Lost Edgeworth's office and laugh at him some more.
He's not there.
Oh, then I can steal stuff. That would be smart, right? Stealing stuff from his office?
I do endorse stealing.
Then let's go.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee, making sure that he didn't actually commit the murder. He took a real beating in court today. Yes, he did, and is now a suspect in murder.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago?
I guess we'll just have to come back later. But let's examine...
criminal affairs.
No,
So
we're
that's the only
examining
place
everything.
left.
We're examining everything.
Examine away.
But I bet you that there's nothing that isn't reused here.
Bouquet is apparently got new dialogue and the window.
Interesting. Ah, yes, Little Meter's lost his Edgeworth. And she actually did take a picture of it this time. No, you can take the name plaque as a souvenir. He'll never know you were here, because he's not here. Yep, okay. And his case files. Oy. Alright, so his tea set should be the same too, right?
Could be.
And the window.
Oh, what a view! It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor.
I guess you would feel important?
Incidentally, for you to jump out this window, your chance of fatality would be... ... Got it. 99.9998%.
There's a 0.0002% chance you'd live?
Yeah,
That is new. You were saying?
sure wonder if that will come up again ever.
I will live. All right, the flowers and the steel samurai.
What an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth.
No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. To be or not to be? Wendy! Wendy, I've heard that name somewhere before.
And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one.
Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. To every cloud there is a silver lining. Wendy!
The message that was here yesterday.
No,
I'd be
it was
a little
not.
concerned if she managed to change it.
But it was not the same message that was there yesterday. That's what's different.
Doing.
What?
Get in here. Why did you change the message? How did you change the message? Are you aware that that seems at least a little bit creepy?
It is. Alright, blood. Which is going to prove Lost as Edgeworth did it.
Okay, well...
No, it's the same
let's
as
see if I can
yesterday.
spell... What the hell?
A nosebleed.
Because there's only one spray luminol thing on my script, and it is not in this room. What the hell is this blood with this blood splatter?
It proves that he's guilty. Now, to the underground parking lot.
That shouldn't have changed, or I guess it's just empty. Nothing happens, to my knowledge.
To the police department entrance.
That should also be empty because he left.
To the criminal affairs department.
And now, things happen.
Yes, like that babes in uniform calendar.
You know, with all this stealing I'm endorsing.
What, you want to take the calendar?
Do you think I could get away with it?
You're in a police office. I don't think even you could get away with it.
That doesn't answer the question.
I said I don't think even you could get away with it. Just buy your own copy.
But that costs money, and all my allowance goes to my luminol.
I'm sure somebody you know has money, and you could just pick their pocket or something.
Well, it's not very nice to steal from the poor, and who else do I know that I have the ability to pick pockets from right now? Luana's in the detention center. I'm not gonna get an opportunity to pick her pocket for some time.
Lost is Edgeworth.
And you're poor. What?
Lost is Edgeworth.
When am I gonna get an opportunity to pick Edgeworth's pocket?
In court.
That would You know what? I could do that.
You could. Look, if I managed...
he carries his wallet on him in court.
Why wouldn't he?
And assuming I can find what pocket he has it in, because his outfit does not look like it has pockets, I don't think.
Look, if I can manage to shove a bullet into some guy's shoulder without even him noticing...
I'm not saying that I can't sneak over there and pick his pocket. I'm just saying I have to find his pocket first.
Fine, I'm sure you could do that without him noticing. Anyway, this place is always pretty empty.
Just pick this author detective's pocket. Do you think he has money?
Maybe. He's a detective. Well, okay, but Gumshoe doesn't have money, so just because you're a detective doesn't mean you have money. You have to be competent at what you do, and considering the fact that this one detective always seems to be here and not actually out doing investigations, I feel like this one is pretty incompetent.
What if I picked Detective or Chief Gant's pocket? I mean, he wouldn't mind, would he? He said he'd give $50 to anyone who asked.
So ask him then. Don't pick his pocket.
But picking his pocket is more fun.
And likely to get you arrested because he is literally the chief of police.
Oh, he won't get caught.
Also, look, this is a guy who caught even Joe Darke. I don't think you can get away with it. I don't think even you can get away with it. Now, Donnie, take the $50 that he's going to give you legally and go buy as many Babes in Uniform calendars as you want. Or as you can with $50, whichever comes first.
Stealing is more fun.
Not when you're likely to get arrested.
From the store.
Hey, little goblins. What are you going to do with them? Anyway, this place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
Me scroll, because I'm in the wrong criminal affairs department section.
Yeah, it doesn't
That must mean everybody is busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks? Wow, he did that yesterday, too! How do you think you got that lost items report? He actually talked to us.
I mean, to be fair, didn't you have to initiate that conversation?
I suppose I did, yes. With the chief prosecutor...
This time he just addressed you immediately.
Well, he probably knows why we're here. He is the chief of detectives, after all.
Okay, and that gives him the ability to read minds, huh?
Well, why else would we show up here?
To steal the Babes in Uniform calendar?
Ugh. I mean, look. It's a good calendar. I'm not going to deny. But don't steal this copy, little goblin.
Fine, I'll steal it from the store.
Gotta ask them where they got it from first.
That I can do.
Anyway, with the chief prosecutor saying what she did, and the decision about what to do about Mr. Lost as Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Especially since last Christmas, we ended up having Lost as Edgeworth being tried for moida. I think festive is usually the word used for those.
No, there was a murder.
There might have been.
So, sir, we'd like to have a look around for Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator up to the top floor.
I mean, it's okay for us to go in there. I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Emma, why would you point that out?
Hey! You're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe...
Oh, right, because it's more fun when we're breaking the rules.
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Oh, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
It's illegal. We can't go there.
Yeah, that's what makes it fun.
I can't check the police the chief of detectives anymore. And I can't check him anymore. Wow, they're not changing these things regularly. Alright, fine, we'll check.
To be fair, there is only one required visit here.
I mean, yes, but... Alright, let us move. Huh. Detention center, police department entrance, or chief's office? Hello, Lissy!
Hey, Lissy!
Well, I was told that I can't go to the chief's office by the chief of detectives, so I probably shouldn't go there.
We should, it's fun! Goblin wants to break the rules because it's fun. Please.
Goblin is a bad influence. If I give you a diamond snack...
Goblin's been having a rough day being reminded of the time she was almost murdered. I think she deserves a little fun.
If I give Goblin several hugs and a diamond snack, will that work?
Goblin wants to have a little fun to distract herself. A diamond snack and hugs are nice, but they're not really a distraction.
What do you expect to find in the chief's office?
Fun.
Fine. Is that an organ? This certainly explains why he didn't want to move offices when he became chief of police. Because I imagine moving that thing would have been a big hassle.
Yeah, I would have.
So you see, I was right. The police chief's office is just whatever office the guy who's the chief of police happens to be in. So if police chief, if Gant's predecessor was in office A, that was the chief's office. If Gant is chief of police now and he's in office B, that's the chief's office. Right? It can change. Anyway, February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Okay. It is quite a large room. Whoa, where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I could never remember where C was.
Uh-oh. Are you playing the organ?
Yes!
Oh, it's you two! Chief Gaunt! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. He didn't notice us until Emma played the organ? For a guy who is a former detective, he's not very observant.
He was very focused on that important piece of paper.
I'm sure it's nothing actually important.
Then why would he give all his attention to it?
I don't know. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? What is it with him and swimming? No.
No.
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Aha!
Lana's stuff is still there.
I'm seeing, I want to say, 2 interesting things about this photo.
Really? I'm seeing 3. No, that's a lie. I'm seeing 4.
Okay,
Though,
Lana
to
does...
be fair, one of those is just Lana Sky being present.
I was going to say, Lana Sky does count as one. But I'm seeing 2 right off the bat. I guess the knife, or the blade in that suit of armor is technically 3. And then, of course, Lana would be 4. But that Chief of Prosecutors trophy did, in fact... Now, I just saw the flash earlier. But now, I see the picture, and yeah, there's like a little blade or a knife or something in there also. And then, of course, there's that unstable jar in the background. But if the final part, right, if the final murder took place in here, it would make sense that that jar was here.
Uh-huh.
And then that suit of armor has a knife or something, or a spear, or what have you. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. ... Something's not right. There are several things not right with this picture.
Really? Because I think the only thing outright wrong, or that feels wrong compared to what we know, is the trophy. The rest adds up fine, it's just interesting.
I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. It's probably too sharp and pointy. Gantt team photo, or Gantt team picture. Photo at the awards ceremony of Gantt, Lana, and Neil. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention, not the least of which is what the heck you two are doing here. You're not supposed to be in here. I'm going to lock up here.
Mind you being in here? Well, he is.
Maybe not. I'm going to lock up here, so let's all go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? Emma, you know it was a crime scene. You were almost a victim of that crime.
Yes, that case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. ... exclamation mark. Now, hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
See, now that he's not in there, it's an issue. Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gaunt denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean, like, a clue? Or just something that he really shouldn't have at work?
Like a suit of armor?
No, that's fine.
I mean, the pipe organ?
No, I would assume if there's something he shouldn't have at work, it would be hidden. What if it was that piece of paper?
That piece of paper is fine. It's probably just some
We don't
report
know
or
what's
other.
on it.
It's probably just a report. He's a busy man.
Fair enough.
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Move. Well, I could always go back to the criminal affairs department.
That's the only place that has anything new.
Oh, so I guess Angel Sky isn't in the underground parking lot. Boo.
She didn't marry Lana.
What?
You called her Angel Sky. She's not married to Lana.
Yet.
Yeah.
Angel
Yes,
Star.
well, they're not on the best terms right now. Someday, perhaps.
Maybe. Anyway, that was my mistake. Look, Star, Sky, they're very similar last names. Anyway, February 24th, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
Did it so long in the meeting?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Lost as Edgeworth? Lost as Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office, and is likely a suspect in murder for the second time in less than half a year. His time as a prosecutor is probably done. They're gonna put him out to pasture, even if he gets off from this murder.
Which is very sad because Gumshoe is a character who, regardless of how you rewrite the plot, Gumshoe who insists upon believing in Edgeworth.
Dawning, would you care to answer Lissy's question?
If you rewrite the plot in the way you do, is poor judgment, but it's who Gumshoe is.
Yes, it is poor judgment. Would you care to answer Lissy's question?
What did she ask? It will happen when I complete the avatar, which will be soon.
You've been saying that for a while. I feel like you're bluffing again. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. And like I should go point and laugh at him because he's an idiot.
Is it because of what my sister said?
No, it's because he's guilty of murder.
To find him first?
Well, I could always just leave him a note in his office that says, "Ha, you suck." Or, Phoenix was here, lost as Edgeworth is a loser. That's a classic. Look, that's basically what this all boils down to. The falsified evidence 2 years ago. Everyone blames Lost as Edgeworth because it is entirely his fault.
Ike.
Now,
we have to admit that it's at least a little bit Joe Darke's fault.
No, it's entirely his own fault. You can't blame the serial killer for not leaving evidence at the crime scenes.
No, we can blame him for committing the fucking crime.
It depends on what drove him to murder in the first place.
Are you saying Emma Sky deserved to be attempted murder?
No, but something drove him to murder in the first place. Got it, I'm the culprit. Very clever indeed. Who would have thought of multiple personalities? I don't see how else he could have done it. I guess it's time to go. I guess it's time to go have my head checked. Oh God, I think it's way past time for that. And what does the chief detective say now? He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Police department makes fatal error. What did I do? Quick! Someone, bring me the classifieds. Help wanted section. So much for duty. Alright, let's talk to my buddy about Lost as Edgeworth's crisis, because I want to laugh at him some more.
That's not what Phoenix wants.
Phoenix is a moron, and we have established this. Why would Lost as Edgeworth be blamed? I mean, yes, he knew that the evidence was forged, but the guy, he was forging it against a serial killer, so why do people care? Also, Lana Skye might have helped him cover it up, isn't she? Or didn't she?
Dot.
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Lost as Edgeworth, and they're all right. His amazing talents as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this...
Really, so many people who hate him?
Yes, because he's a jerk and a jackass. In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Lost as Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick!
Sanders, is he really young?
At the moment, yes. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir.
Prosecutor at 13.
We don't know that yet.
I do.
Well, we don't. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Lost as Edgeworth just might crack. He might commit another murder. Could you go keep an eye on him and prevent him from doing that? Or at the very least, be his next victim? I don't want to be his next victim.
Implying that she wants Phoenix to die?
I mean, you see his chessboard, right?
Are you implying that Gumshoe wants Phoenix to die? Because you just had Gumshoe advise Phoenix to be his next victim.
Only if he can't calm him down. And no, Lissy, Phoenix is not me. I am significantly smarter than Phoenix. Anyway, the SL9 incident. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier when the coffee was brewing. Seems genuinely concerned for Lost as Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Darke left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean... When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, he was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Hey.
Oh, let's see. I think it has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot.
Should show
Look.
him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Didn't get there yet. He was like,
Holy
oh.
shit, he has a lot of stuff he responds to.
Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? Powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Yeah. But what about Darke's crimes? Joe Darke was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident, then he killed the lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then while he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the screen and was killed as well. Finally, so he turned himself in?
What? This is a very strange case.
What? If he turned himself in and confessed, why the hell did they even need evidence? Seems he was a pretty careless
it wouldn't be the first time in the prosecution struggle to accuse someone who confessed.
I guess that's true,
No, it
considering...
would be the first time, but it would... Or maybe... I'm not sure.
I mean, I guess it's true.
Timeline is hard, but it wouldn't be the last time, not naming any names.
I mean, it's literally happening right now, but... Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence other than the fact that he confessed, and then we were able to corroborate his confession with actually finding the bodies exactly where he said they'd bury him, which only the killer should have known. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Darke was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma, who probably needs another hug at this point in time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, here's a hug.
Thank you.
And another diamond snack.
Chomp chomp. Or, no, I'm a munch munch.
Alright, let's present the attorney's badge.
I assume that's a reused response.
Yep. Alright, Goodman's ID. This ID belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with the card and a secret number. Scary. It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forget my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me after all. And what could be wrong with that? I think I'll stay out of this conversation. The King of Prosecutors Award. Hey, that's it! That's the King of the Prosecutors Award that Mr. Losses Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal! I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations.
I was wondering, why is the award a shield, and why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. So that is technically reused, but... Lost is Edgeworth's knife? Found in Mr. Lost is Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Lost is Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? ...
That's reused and not on my script.
Yep. Well, wait, I mean, sure, of course, someone else did it. Someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Lost. I bet you it's Mr. Lost Edgeworth himself. Parking stub would be the same, the Blue Badger. This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most offices nowadays.
Would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
I have to admit he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. Possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m., which the autopsy report also proves. I will stand by that. Speaking of the autopsy report, let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Sheesh. So I guess that's his generic,
Yep.
Yep. The parking lot floor plans? Nope. The crime photo. That's the photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. I remember it was winter, when I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. I guess this is reused.
Yeah.
She said this in the... I don't know why it had
This
the...
is not in my script.
I don't know why it had the King of the Prosecutors one and not this, because that was also reused. But okay.
I don't know.
Wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school too. The victim's shoe. Nothing, huh? The switchblade knife. About this. Hey, is that... has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken quote-unquote murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me the knife, it all came back to me.
Before you forget again.
I forgot. Present the luminol.
Blood.
I'm presenting the luminol. Oh right, I have a line.
That has line.
Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Oh, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Had 3 inches to your base height?
Wait, what? Wait, what? Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall, new and improved growth formula? Hey, you mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Not quite the same thing as luminol.
So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. The ID card report. That's the ID card report, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m., the victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else, and then he was killed at 4:40 p.m. by kilometers lost as Edgeworth. Someone with an executive officer number. Is 7777777. That's 17 too many, Detective.
This is perhaps the most pointless running gag of all time.
It really is. An executive officer. I just might have... Don't even think about it, Phoenix. The fingerprinting set. Hey! That powder's used for detecting fingerprints.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us.
He did what? All I have is some flour. ... Are you okay, detective? Quick! Run! Achoo! This is another running gag. ...
This one is slightly better, though. ... I think.
If it's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. Why am I not comforted?
Is that why your trench coat is green?
Maybe, although I have seen green trench coats before. Hey, do you recognize this, buddy?
Oh, wait, that's...
What?
Later. In a flashback case, he's shown with a brown trench coat, and now it's green. So I'm gonna blame it on the wet paint.
How long ago was that case?
At this point, it would have been, 4 years, I think? Yeah, because Edgeworth
He might have
was 20
changed
and
size.
Nia was however old she would have been.
Anyway, the screwdriver. Oh, so he doesn't recognize it as a screwdriver from the Mia Fey murder. Goodman's lost item report. Oh, a lost item report, eh?
Very impressive, detective. You knew what it was right off the bat.
Probably because he fills out a bunch of them. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know.
Master. That has such a cool ring to it. I want to be a master, too. What about a Pokemon master?
You could, anyway. The way I see it, things are meant to be lost, and they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work there.
Higher power?
Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Evidence room floor plans. Nope. The rubber glove. Nope. The evidence locker. No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer, for the moiterer to touch his own locker.
Your locker's the one with the blood on it, detective.
And Jake Marshall's. The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand, without any fingerprints. Shh! If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Lost as Edgeworth. Unstable
Any defense
jaw.
attorney experience? Okay, he has a classroom trial. He has one defense attorney experience.
I think he meant pleading as in for mercy. About that jar. I think I seen it somewheres before. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Have you met?
All of them! Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Yes, it was in fact in Chief Gaunt's office. We saw this in the picture. Where could I have seen that before? Marshall's fingerprints. I can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that. Dawning?
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles.
Don't think so. Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade... Well, he's not even that anymore. Someone ought to trade places with him. ...
Would you like to?
What? Why are you looking at me like that? The security video. Okay, doesn't have anything to say about that, even though Blue Badger was the star. SL9 files. I've been studying up on them files. There's nothing wrong about Mr. Lost Edgeworth's presentation. To think that people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. Well, you're a little bit naive and gullible, detective.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal when it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose.
Yeah, but he committed all those killings in, like, one day.
Something like that. But
and then he turned himself in. When was there time for it to be a big deal?
I mean, maybe it happened over the course of a few days. Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Darke guilty. And let's see if he actually spots the vase in this photo. No, he did not. Well, I don't think there's much of anything else we can do.
Well, he has probably forgotten about the murder weapon.
Probably by this point, yeah. But I'll try to talk to him about it anyway. The Moida weapon. This knife, it was Joe Darke's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too. No one actually
witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broke. Oh, yes, I've seen that ages ago. You'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
You will anyway. Take a guess as to where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
It.
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. Exclamation mark. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Darke's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Switchblade knife updated in the court record. The broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to the murderer Joe Darke. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gaunt. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now, and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Really? What if I told you I'd become a detective in 9 years?
That's still 9 years from now.
It would retroactively be reversed, right?
No, just like my penalties were allegedly not retroactively reversed, even though the judge was an idiot.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned. Just like Marshall just got canned. Oh.
He doesn't know that.
It's true. He still thinks Marshall is a patrolman. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. Dawning, you have a line.
This ID card. It was Detective Goodman.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if we could... if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
Nothing. I've showed him everything already.
Uh-huh. We don't have whatever it is yet, I don't think.
Well, seems like that's all we can do here for now, right?
I think so.
In that case, it is a little bit after midnight. So,
Oh, wow, it is.
I'm thinking I'm going to save things off here. You still have three little sister... Yeah, you still have three little goblin nose bests. I take it you're carrying those over to my next stream?
Sure.
Should I allow
That
that?
seems like a good use of them.
Good lord. I have one condition.
What is it?
Don't make the game unplayable when I'm trying to battle the boss.
Damn it, I was gonna use Go North.
I mean, I don't think that would last very long, because I would basically just go north straight until I get to a wall, and literally not be able to go any further.
Fair enough.
Anyway, we'll deal with that on Wednesday, because that is going to be my next stream on this channel, where I will be back for Tears of the Kingdom, and finishing off that Lightning Temple with the lovely Riju, who is featured on the shirt that I am wearing today. And I will be wearing my other one on Wednesday.
I mean, not most of the people here probably haven't seen it.
No,
But
it's
yeah.
a good shirt.
I've
Anyway.
seen it.
Yes, you have.
Wait,
Anyway.
which one?
It's not the one that's got her in the frame that says Lady Riju, it's the other one.
Okay.
Anyway, if you only caught part of my stream this evening, you can catch the full stream uploaded to my YouTube channel there. You can also, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can catch me over on Twitch on Monday and Wednesday evenings there at 8:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, or 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. You can also catch Dawning and I over on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel over there. I stream Pokemon Moon on Sunday. Yeah, no, today isn't Sunday. Today is in fact Monday. I keep forgetting it was Memorial Day. I stream Pokemon Moon on Sunday. I also do the occasional pop-up stream there, like I did this morning. And Dawning streams Saturday nights with her lovely artwork.
This week I will most likely be continuing the same thing I was working on last week, or 2 days ago.
Which is
the Pokemon Jinka designs. I selected 6 Pokemon ahead of the stream because I was very ambitious. And so, I will probably be doing the line art and flat colors for 2 of Shuckle, Huntail, 3P, and Klefki.
enjoy. Let's see. Caps fan rated us.
How long the other?
Caps fan rated us earlier. You can catch him on his channel over there. You can also
the
catch.
Bulba Garden channel.
I was also going to say you can also catch him on the Bulba Garden channel as well. DN was here earlier. If she streams, that would be on her channel over there. I believe that's going to do it all. That's going to do it for me for this evening, though. So, As always, I am Maniacal Engineer. I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess.
Good night.